Whoops. 12-minute intro. Did I lose track of time? Of course I did. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? I hope you guys are well. Not sure what the game plan is this evening. Server's not looking very populated, which is an issue. I really didn't want to solo anything this evening. There's not enough people on to put a group together. It looks like, I don't know if the other servers came down recently and are rebooting, or if maybe it's just next to nobody's on. But out of the 5 servers that are live, only Broken Maw has population. Or at least it did when I came in. It was about 3/4 full, and the other 4 servers were empty. Or they were showing empty. Now, I don't know, maybe people are traveling for Thanksgiving? I'm not sure. I have no idea what's going on there. But there are not many people on at the moment, which poses a problem, because I'm not going to sit on my thumbs. So if I can't get a group started and we can't set up somewheres, or crawl something, yeah, I might switch out to... I'd like to do Diablo 4, because I want to work on the Barbarian, but it could be Diablo 4, it could be Destiny 2. It could be Stalker 2, maybe I jump into that and see how that goes. Anyhow, to those of you that are checking out the stream, I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys had an alright Wednesday. I spent the last 2.5 hours stuck in traffic. Not cool. It's amazing how many idiots are on the road when there's traffic. We have designated bus lanes where I live, which are specifically designated for buses to go through, obviously. And so many idiots pull into the bus lane and drive expecting people in the actual lanes to just let them in whenever they want to put their blinker on, thinking, oh, I have right of way. I'm in a bus lane, quote unquote, illegally, or technically illegally. It's funny because buses will get behind them and start laying on the horn. I laugh. I laugh and I laugh. Anyways, I was stuck for 2.5 hours in a 20-minute trip. 20-minute trip, and it took me 2.5 hours to get home. I spent 1 hour and 40 minutes on one street. Every side street was packed. I almost took out my phone and started taking a video just to show people the insane amount of traffic. Now, mind you, I get it. It doesn't hold up to like New York traffic or Los Angeles traffic. I understand. But still, people that understood the population here would know how utterly ridiculous it was this evening. And it's all the yahoos who have the liberty of working from home 3 days out of the week. So they work from home Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and then they come in Wednesday and Thursday. Those are the 2 worst days in the world to be on the road. Same thing will happen tomorrow. There's nobody on our level. Enchanter. No heals. Oh, hey, there's Tinder. I wonder if they're looking to go again. I wonder if there's going to send me a tell in a second. If they have a tank. Let's see. They stopped moving. Oh, nope. They might have a group. Those are the people we were hanging with last night. Or, that was one of the people. The other individuals were not. Hey, there's the recognition. Yo, I'll bow. Okay, so we might have a group. Depending on who they have available. This is looking up. I'm not going to get all excited. Oh, I got some news. I found out some more information about EQ3. Always have at least one with me, so with you. Let's have a group. So, it looks like EverQuest 3 is going to be EverQuest 1 Reborn. So, for anybody who's been on this channel over the last decade, you guys know that I streamed EQ for close to 9 years. Probably too long in some people's opinions. Way too long in anybody with common sense. But I'm an addict. It happens. I found out today that there was some information that came out based off of an interview that took place at Dark Paw Studios, where they are looking at doing EQ1. I mean, it's with new clothes, or they're not shellacking an already existing product. They're going to build a new product, but they're going to base it from EQ1. Because of all the lore the game has, it looks like they're working on what EQ would look like today. They're not leaning towards EQ2. EQ2, unfortunately, when it launched, had the opposite impact on what they thought. I guess they had thought that the majority of their players from EQ1 were going to automatically jump into EQ2. That was not the case. However, I've said this before. The history of EQ2 is that when the game came out, they didn't have enough content for the population. There was very little to do in 2004 when EQ2 launched. However, 2 years later, there was a bunch of stuff to do. But unfortunately, the majority of the population had gone to World of Warcraft, DAOC, I think Final Fantasy XI, Rift, or whatever else has come out or came out around that time. Have they said when the servers are coming up? They have not, Acer. No idea. I assume they're going to base it off of West Coast time, and if I had to guess, I would say 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. Pacific, somewhere's around there. We're going to run over now since it's daytime. Man, if they could do EQ1 in today, oh man, I would have to try it. There's no way they could do it on the same scale. I can't see them doing it on the same scale as EverQuest 1 is just too big of a feat to bring out today. You know, it's interesting. One of the points that was made that I've been doing some research on, tab targeting. A lot of people complain and cry about tab targeting and say tab targeting is the old way of doing things, blah, 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 whatever. And that's what kind of spurred on active combat, you know, where you moved around and didn't have to worry about tab targeting. But did you know that every MMORPG being played right now, actively and popularly, is tab targeted? All of them. Throne and Liberty's tab targeted. WoW is tab targeted. Final Fantasy's tab targeted. Ashes of Creation is tab targeted. Like, tab targeting is not going anywhere. Anybody, just so you guys know, anybody who shows up in the future and starts complaining about tab targeting, you just have to understand how much of an ignoramus that individual is. So, there you go. Tab targeting is not going anywhere. So the fact that the next EQ is going to be EQ Reborn, that's probably their best avenue. I mean, I would have liked a newer version, a newer idea of EQ as far as an MMORPG. But if their version is redoing EQ1, EQ1 has so much content, it's insane. Like, there's no bigger game out there. WoW doesn't even come close. WoW is a fraction of the size of EverQuest 1. EverQuest 1 has, like, hundreds of zones. It's got 30 expansions. No game will ever have 30 expansions. You need to call in sick from work? I don't know if you should do that, man. Because I'll be perfectly honest. Maybe the next day you might want to do that, but I wouldn't do it on launch day. I have a feeling their servers are going to be absolutely bombarded. And people say blah blah blah, all games on launch day are bombarded. No. This game is going to be bombarded with network issues. So unless they have a whole new breed or different breed of game server, I probably wouldn't call in sick day one. I would use the sick day for maybe day 2 or day 3. Ironically, without even knowing when early access started, with early access on the 13th, I'm not sweating it until probably around the 20th, because I'm actually off from the 20th to, I think, the 2nd of January. So whatever spare time I have that I can dedicate to the game, I plan on doing that, but I don't know what that's going to entail. Oh, that wild spell's going to aggro. I didn't want to fight it. Oh, didn't aggro. Cool. Am I in a zone wall? I have gone the wrong way? Huh? Is this not the valley I go up? Oh, I'm a little lost. This is a problem. This doesn't make sense. That's the orbs. That's the water. Oh, is it over here? Oh, it's over here. My bad. I was off to the left a little bit. Why is that person... Why is that person's shoulder blade on fire? Hey, Wolf, what's happening? How you doing, man? What's going on? How are things? What have you been up to? Same old, mostly. You playing anything? Did you hear me earlier talking about EQ? EQ3 and what it looks like it's going to be? You've been playing Albion? Ah, right on. It looks like EQ3 is going to be EQ1 Reborn. I'm intrigued to see how they're going to turn EQ1 into a today product. I mean, there's a crap ton of lore. They've already said it. They're not going to lean towards EQ2. EQ2 unfortunately didn't do what they wanted to. But EQ3, it looks like it's not going to be called EQ3. That was the first kind of tip or hint. And then they referenced EQ1 and all the lore that it had. So, there was somebody, I don't know who they were. I fell down some YouTube rabbit holes, and then someone sent me a message updating me. I guess there was an interview that was done recently out of Dark Paw Studios, and they were discussing we all knew that there was an EQ3 being worked on. We've known since 2022, or whenever they had their business meeting where they first announced it, but we didn't know what it was. There was an interview, I think a week ago, that they were talking about what they saw, what they envisioned for EverQuest 3, and they had said that with the amount of lore that's in EverQuest 1, they believe they might be foolish to not look at EverQuest 1. So, and I've been around for a long time, and ever since I've been streaming EQ, I've said time and time again, the next EQ could very well be EverQuest 1 done today. So, it looks like that's what it's going to be. It looks like it'll be EQ1 Reborn. Hey Ada, what's happening? How you doing? That'd be the smart play. Don't need to completely reinvent. Yeah, and it would be so much cheaper for them because they don't need to work on anything lore-wise. They can just pull everything from EQ1. So it looks like that's their plan. So I'm kind of intrigued. I would love to see what EQ1 would look like today. I would love to see it. Mind you, I don't want to see them reskin the current EQ1. They better design a whole new EQ1 based off today's technology. Because if they expect a wolf in sheep's clothing, that's not going to be good for them. I got invited out for dinner this evening before I went live, but I got stuck in that traffic and I had to cancel. So I was almost home. My stomach started growling and I thought, well crap, I don't want to go live and be hungry. That's ridiculous. So I ended up pulling into the closest fast food joint, which was Burger King. I haven't eaten a Burger King and I can't tell you when. It's been a very long, I think before I started streaming. Anyways, I didn't miss it, so that's good. Will I go again? Probably not. It kind of tasted alright the 5 seconds it was going in. Don't forget too, people, we only have 3 more days left for you to be able to pledge to the game if you want to get in. Remember, I believe the lowest level pledge is $50, and that gets you the game guaranteed. Like, you don't have to worry about buying the game. You won't have the bonuses to go along with the pledge, just saying. If you plan on playing this game, you might want to pledge. Also, if you have Steam, and everybody does, please wishlist the game. Please. Blow the game and give it some popularity. Let's zone out, just see if we can get a group window. I think they filled the group, but we have that issue where we're only seeing half the group. I still have that issue. I would like for them to fix this arrow. If they can get the bow to go this direction, they should be able to get the arrow to line the bow and go this direction. Not stick out here to the side. We're just waiting for the group to get here, for anybody who might be wondering. We got a bit of group bug going on here where I'm not seeing half the group. Not a big deal, thankfully I don't have to pay attention to anybody's hit points. Once everybody zones in, I'll probably drop the group and have them re-invite me, and that should fix the issue where I'm not seeing the rest of the group. I don't know if that's ever going to get fixed, but that's... I mean, the helm I guess could be sewn into my forehead. Yeah, see, here they go. Starting to populate now. Last person is on their way here, and then we'll get started. I was asking earlier out in general chat if there were any other locations besides Halnir's Cave that you could go reliably at level 17, and a number of people suggested the spiders out there. I didn't think of the spiders because it gets very awkward when nighttime hits. When we had the warrior before the character wipe, we went out there for a couple of nights. It was kind of okay until I started tripping over spiders. Died a couple times. Lost a body. Lost another body. Recovered a body. Got my gear. Still lost the other body. 3 games from my wish list are on sale on Steam. Divinity Original Sin 2. Played the first one, absolutely loved it. Northgard, played it, absolutely loved it. Remnant from the Ashes, never got around to playing it. Stream Awards. Oh, when are the Stream Awards? That's December, right? I think that's the 12th. We'll have to do a chill stream where we sit and... Oh, that's just before the game launches, EA. Oh, okay. Well, that's what we're doing. Well, hang on. Let me double check. I think if it's the 12th, that's what we're doing the day before EA. The Game Awards 2024. December 12th. Okay, that's what we're doing. December 12th, we're going to watch the Game Awards. Perfect. Fantastic. It's a nice chill thing to do before we get ready for EA. I think that's wise. What just happened? Hey, Mixoflix, what's happening? How you doing, man? Thanks for the raid. Appreciated. We're getting ready to do another evening crawl through Halnirs. I hooked up with these people last night. I logged in this evening. They logged in a few minutes after me and asked if I was looking for a group. I'm like, yep, let's go. Hope you guys are doing well. A little sad we have 3 days left before the servers come down for EA. I never got to see as much of the game as I wanted to. I wanted to get out to Mad Run and take a look, but I guess we'll have to wait for EA for that. How's the stream going? The stream is chill, my friend. The stream is chill. It's fun. We barely touched it. We're just chilling. I got stuck in traffic tonight coming home from work. It's typically a 20-minute drive. I was in traffic for 2.5 hours. It's amazing how many dummies come on the road when you have traffic. I was saying earlier, where I live, we have designated bus lanes to help get buses around. We have a lot of buses that travel throughout the day. And we get a bunch of jackasses that'll get in the bus lane and think they can just drive up alongside traffic and turn their blinker on and, you know, pull in whenever they feel like it. It was fun. I was laughing. Good times. Were you in Pantheon tonight or today? And what were you up to if so? Actually, let me ask you this. When early access starts, do you already know what class you're playing? Ogre only group? We'll have to wait and see what happens, man. I got a feeling early access might bring in class and race restrictions. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, what classes... So, if restrictions do come in, ogres would typically be, what, shamans, shadow knight, warrior. That's about it. We were only messing around since there's limited time. Oh, gotcha. So, if you don't mind me asking then, how long have you been involved in Pantheon? Are you a VIPer? Have you been in for months? Did you just come in recently? What level were you on your current tune that you were playing? Or what level was your main? What would you call this? Are they still calling it pre-alpha? It's still pre-alpha, right? Or are they calling it seasons? I guess we'd call it seasons. Whatever, who knows? I had a warrior since, I want to say season 2, I think. We got the warrior to, which is funny because I have a warrior now. We got the warrior to level 18. I was disappointed at the time because I didn't realize they only had the warrior kit up to level 10. Although it surprised me that I crawled naturally up to level 18 using just up to my level 10 skills. That was interesting. Made me kind of puzzled as to what they were going to do with the warrior. I mean, I understood what their idea was with the warrior. I mean, now that we have the banners, that's pretty cool. We're level 17 currently. I don't think we'll see 18 this evening. Level 17 is a weird level in here. You're kind of linchpinned into, I call it the jail, but I mean, I guess you could call it the Black Rose for the most part. So the Black Rose area, before you get to the ghosts, the Ultherians, that's pretty much where we're stuck. And unfortunately, a lot of it is dark blue, light blue. So not the best XP for a level 17. But we can't go much further without hitting level 20s, and nobody else in the group is that high. So we went through to the ghosts when we were in there. I pledged back in June of 2017. I just got the Watchers for another account. Gotcha. I pledged, before they had the ranks, I was, what was I, a knight? When did they launch? They launched in, or I shouldn't say launch, when the whole thing started I think was 2015. I think 2014 or 2015. That's when I first pledged, and then I had to wait like a decade to get in finally. I thought when they came up with the whole VIP champion whatever, that I thought maybe we might be grandfathered in because we saw, you know, I've supported the game for a decade now. Sadly, that wasn't the case. I was a little disappointed by that. I have a bit of a history with the Brad McQuaidverse, or the McQuaidverse as I call it. I'm sure I've told the story 1,000 times. But I was a pretty big part of Vanguard during its development. I didn't work for Sigil, but I was actually one of the, like, 36 beta testers at the time that went in. I ended up being the in-game warrior class lead, so I actually worked with Sigil Games on building out the warrior, and not to mention the world, you know. Everyone break real quick. Alright, I'm gonna reform. I need this to come out, people. Oh, I will say, for those of you that are here from the raid from Mixelflix, and I'm assuming Mixelflix is from Mixelflix, from DC, of course. And if not, that's a really eerie coincidence, just saying. But please, 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 if you are considering playing this game and you haven't already, I highly urge you to pledge to the game before it ends on Sunday. I believe the lowest level pledge is $50, and that gets you the game guaranteed. You don't have to worry about buying the game when it launches, and it gives you access to the game early. I also wish you to wishlist this game on Steam to try and give it a little bit more attention. The more attention this game has, the more sturdier the legs it'll have when it goes through its next couple of phases. I mean, the pledging not so much, but from someone who's been a salesperson all their life, if you want the best deal, you're probably going to want to pledge. Just saying. But the wish listing for sure, please. It's 5 seconds worth of work and you're not obligated to do anything. Hey Cross, what's going on? Thought for sure I was going to pull you up playing some EQ2. that may still happen, Cross. Hey, you know what? Oh. I think I have to resub the all access, I think. Maybe at the end, depending on how long this group goes for, maybe I'll jump in at the end of this portion of the stream and show you some EQ2, or at least show you Krushnek. He was a big deal back in the day. I stuck with EQ since '99. I did try Vanguard for a bit, but PC was crap. Was not. I get it, man. I get it. I'm a fool who played EverQuest on launch, day one. I played for about 9 years. I thought I quit the friggin' game after taking like 11 vacations. I mean, quitting the game 11 times. And then 9 years ago, on stream, I've been streaming. I'm just a hidden fossil off to the corner of the internet. But about 9 years ago, one of my viewers had asked me if I could start an EverQuest character and go through why we used to have these talks about MMORPGs, and I used to talk up EverQuest. For anybody who doesn't know, I've played everything. As far as you're concerned, my opinions on all games are valid. I've played any MMORPG in the last 3 decades that's touched North America. Yours truly. I've played them all. And I kept talking up EverQuest. And one of my viewers had asked me one night, we just finished playing a game. I want to say it was Sunless Sea, but I could be wrong. And they'd asked me if I jump into EQ just to show them around and, you know, kind of justify why my opinion was what it was. So I rolled a character that night just to show them. I really shouldn't have done that. I met 2 individuals on the server that I was on. I ended up joining their guild, and then 9 years later, I've been on 7 progression servers just to do classic to Planes of Power over and over and over and over and over again. My guild is still active. It's been with the same guild the whole time. I just finally quit, last year, or earlier this year I should say, around May of this year I think is when it happened, or March. And here we are. Okay, let's get this group started. So for those who are unaware, we are in Halnir's Cave, which is a dungeon that you can come to around level 10. And I thought the dungeon was only good till around 20 or low 20s, but apparently there was a group of 28s in here last night, so something is here for the high level 20s. So I have to assume that this dungeon is designed from like level 10 to level 30. At least. We're currently playing a warrior, human warrior. The only reason I'm not playing an ogre warrior is because when the server started, ogres weren't available. Or, sorry, when the season started, ogres weren't available. I didn't want to re-roll another warrior, and then foolish me re-rolled another warrior. We have a necromancer as well. The necromancer's level 19. By the way, for anybody who wants an honest opinion of someone who's never really played a necromancer, the necromancer in Pantheon is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. The utility that the necromancer is going to have, like on launch or early access, it's not just your solo life-draining class. Believe me, there's quite a bit you can do with the necromancer. Hey, Brent, hey, want to show me around EQ, right? No, not happening. I might show some EQ too at the end of the stream tonight. Maybe. We'll see what happens. So, sorry. So, as I was saying before I got off topic, which happens quite often, ask my viewers, we're in Halnir's Cave, and we're gonna move to a place. Some people call it the Black Rose area. It looked more like a jail, so I called it the jail. I don't think it's a jail. There's just iron grates that remind me of a jail. But that's where we're gonna post up. We were there last night for a couple of hours. I think these guys are gonna be here for that long. They also have the banners in now for the warriors, which are fantastic. If you guys have any questions, obviously feel free to ask or whatnot. I might not get to them right away. Once we get into a rhythm, it'll be a lot more easier to pay attention to chat. Sorry, I thought I had followed you before. Oh, that's fine, Mixel Man. No worries. Old age. I'd use the old meme, age ain't nothing but a number. So saith Aaliyah. But you know, it happens. I will say this. Pantheon spent a long time with players comparing tanks, as always. The three main tanks in the game are Dire Lord, Paladin, and Warrior. Up until this season, I had quite a number of people crapping all over the Warrior, saying the Warrior wasn't designed to be a tank in this game, and trying to justify the Dire Lord and the Paladin. For anybody who might be interested in playing a Warrior, let me just tell you, Warriors are fantastic. You can tank on a Warrior like it's going out of style. So if you were someone who listened to people who would talk about the Warrior and how the Warrior wasn't designed to be a tank, you can consider those people full of feces, or whatever expletive you want to use. Warriors are perfectly fine. They're fantastic. Hey, Cyber Nomad. Are you a human warrior? Yes, we are human. We will be ogre at launch, but we are human for now. I had rolled a necromancer at the beginning of this season because the ogres hadn't been put in the game yet, but then when the ogres came in, I told myself I wasn't going to roll an ogre until at least early access. But I caved and rolled an ogre, I think day one when the ogre came in, ogres and the dwarves. I didn't roll ogre, I rolled warrior when the ogres came in. I refused to roll an actual ogre and play it until early access at the earliest. No pun intended. How do you feel the human warrior stacks up to the races? Perfectly fine. I haven't had any problems, man. I've been tanking in a group. I mean, I don't mean to toot my own horn. I've gotten a lot of compliments playing the warrior. 95% of my friends list in this game have come from people who liked me playing a warrior. I'm not saying I'm phenomenal by any stretch. I may make mistakes every now and then, but I like to think I make everything look good. So if you choose to be a human warrior, you won't have a problem. You can be a human warrior all you want. The thing is, no matter what class you're playing, it's not about you. It's about the we. It's all about the we. That's what it's about. It has nothing to do with the you. You don't mean anything. The we means everything. If you don't have a good we, just stop playing. People will have to be patient. You are going to group with individuals who might not have the fastest reflexes, who might not pay attention to two mobs roughly standing on top of each other, to remembering what mob names indicate what damage types or weapon abilities or spell casting abilities they may have. If you don't have that kind of patience, this won't be your game. I can honestly tell you that I wouldn't want you to look elsewhere, but you should probably look elsewhere. You will definitely need patience. I've met my fair share of silly people in this game that I hope I never come across again going forward, because they're just horrible players. They have a poor mentality. That's what I'll say. Spider's not up. Hey Dister, even with just the $50 pledge, you get to play in early access? Yes, you do. And you can actually, you can read up on the whole thing. You can go to their website at pantheonmmo.com, and you can actually read up on everything before you decide anything, and it'll outline what you get. Oh, somebody mistargeted, but that's okay. These guys are quick kills. The most important thing about the pledging is that you get a copy of the game, because you're going to end up paying that or more when the game comes out. I may have just goofed. Oh, 2 Ravagers? Oh no. I goofed. Somebody mistargeted. It happens. It happens. That was a goof. Hey, Gimmels. Gimmels? Yeah, Gimmels. I bought a couple days ago. Have been loving it. Cleric is really fun. I'm glad you said that, man, because we need all the clerics. We need all the tanks. Don't get on that train where everybody starts rolling DPS. Take some responsibility. Take some accountability. Get out there and show people how to heal and how to tank. Please. We'll have a typical situation where there's all sorts of DPS and no tanks and no heals. And keep in mind, with that said, a lot of players will come up and start complaining about, I can't solo this with a cleric, I can't solo that with a warrior, I can't solo this, I can't This game is not about soloing, right? Soloing is in the game, yes, and it's not great. But if you're coming to this game to solo, like, again, you really shouldn't. If you're coming to this game to hang out with one other person, say a spouse or a friend or what have you, you probably shouldn't. You really need to talk to people, you need to be social, you need to make friends, you need to run groups. You need to run groups. Groups are more than 4 people. There's nobody out there that's going to tell me that if you don't do what I just said, that you'll enjoy the game to its fullest. You will not. You can sit there and go, oh, well, that's how I've been for 20 years. I was in EQ and Ultima Online and World of Warcraft, and I played with myself all the time. Take that with it. Like, you're full of baloney. Don't start. What are the top guilds? There are no top guilds. Some guilds think they're the top guilds. They're not. There's no hierarchy. There's just braggarts. That's all. There's always braggarts. Doesn't matter whether you're in EQ, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, ESO, DAOC, Lineage, Horizons, Terra, Star Wars Galaxies, Rift. Insert MMORPG here. The only hierarchies are the mouths. That's it. It's just the mouths. You were grouped yesterday with a bunch of folks. Was really fun. Still learning. Made a couple mistakes. Look, that's the whole point. Everybody is expected to make mistakes. If you're some know-it-all from VIP time a year ago, 2 years ago, 7 years ago, and you come into this game, say in early access or even at launch, and you think you're going to be flawless, you're not. You're going to make mistakes. And you probably just end up not saying what mistakes you made because you don't take responsibility. I get it. I get it. That's who you are. It's not who I am. Now, we're going to pull this one a little bit smarter because oh, wait a minute. You're going to walk towards me? You are going to walk towards me. Okay, come on. I'm going to take a couple steps forward. Stop staring. Come on, yo. Here you go. I had to run around that one because I inadvertently burned my interrupt. I hope they give me the ability to turn off tooltips. It irks me that I can't turn them off. How did the recording of the book you're working on get... Oh, yes. I got it finished up, submitted it. The publishing company liked it. It's gone off to quality assurance now, so it'll probably take another 3 or 4 business days, so probably the beginning of next week. And the book should be good to go. Which is cool. I'm glad they like it. I'm glad they're happy with it. I'm still not comfortable with my own voice, which is funny because I get so many compliments, but it's weird. It's so weird listening to myself. Yeah, and for those who don't know, I'm also I'm into voiceover or audiobook narration. That's why we're talking about that book. I started dabbling in it this year, and it seems to have bitten me. It's definitely a process. I did an audition for a Winnie the Pooh book the other day, and I liked my Piglet voice and my Eeyore voice, but I didn't like my Winnie the Pooh voice. Maybe I shouldn't have done voices? I have no idea. But I did. Whoops, he got away from me. I forgot to taunt. My bad. I just burned that interrupt, and I shouldn't have done that because he's going to ravage. What is happening? Why am I on Monterey? There. That was weird. He ravaged the pet. Anybody else on stream or in stream planning on playing any particular class? Are you playing in early access? Anybody excited to play a certain class? Anybody not played anything yet and are excited for early access? And don't say Bard. Everybody says Bard all the time. Don't say Bard. Don't count on Bard. Bard will be the last class you see. I already know you're going Cleric, Acer. Yes, I do. A lot of people are going Cleric, man, for early access that have played Cleric. I refuse to play Cleric, and the reason I refuse to play Cleric is because when I started with EQ back in '98, I was a Cleric for the better part of 9 years. I ended up applying to a beta for a game called Vanguard Saga of Heroes because I found out that it was being headed by Brad McQuaid from EQ. I decided at the time, and for me, it was a tough decision for me too, having been a 9-year cleric. But I came to the realization that when you're in a group, there's only ever two roles that get blamed. It's the healers or the tank. The DPS never take accountability because they're a bunch of cowards. But it's either the healers or the tanks. So when I got into Vanguard, nothing was built with Vanguard. We didn't have skills for the most part. And I decided at the time that I was going to play the other side of the fence, no pun intended, and play a warrior instead of a cleric. So I rolled a warrior. I started getting the hang of the warrior, started realizing what Vanguard was going to be. Then I was approached by Sigil, and they asked me if I wouldn't mind being the warrior lead in-game, just to help them gather information, test the warrior, blah blah blah, so on. I was a kid at the time. I was like, sure, why not? I absolutely fell in love. I gave it everything. And then anybody who knows anything about Vanguard and pre-release, Vanguard Saga of Heroes, unfortunately, when it launched, it was very broken. A lot of stuff was broken. Adventuring was broken. So Vanguard was based off of 3 spheres. People talk about the Trinity: tank, heals, and DPS. Well, with Vanguard, it was crafting, adventuring, and diplomacy. And they all intertwined with each other. Just give me 1 second. I'll continue this in a second. Stay down here. Now. Loopholes. Already have it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so I jumped in, started playing Vanguard, blah blah blah. The game came out, and unfortunately, it had a lot of stuff that was broken. A lot of crafting was broken, diplomacy had broken, adventuring, mobs weren't spawning properly, quests weren't updating properly. However, a month and a half or so before the game went live, the game was flawless. So for those of you who knew Vanguard for the unfortunate mess that it was on launch, I'm going to tell you right now, the game was flawless. A couple months before they went to live, or I guess what you would consider gold status. They implemented a patch one weekend to the warehouse district, and for those who don't know, the warehouse district was going to be the endgame content for most, at least until they got working on the raiding. With that said, when they implemented the patch, that's when the game broke. That's when a lot of stuff broke. I had already had a master diplomat, I had a master crafter, I had a master event, like everything was fantastic. The game was good to go. They implemented this patch, the patch broke the game. The 30 of us begged, pleaded, raged for Sigil to roll it back. Well, you know, we would tell them day after day for like 2 weeks, you need to roll it back. If it's going to take you guys like 3 months to get the end game sorted, give us a working game on launch to give people 3 months to get to level 40 and then worry about the warehouse district at that time. They turned around and told us, no, we know what we're doing, we have plenty of time, it'll all get fixed. Well, they didn't have all the time in the world because I believe Sony stepped in and said, hey, put the game out. So the game went out broken, and it took them like, I don't know, it was like 9-10 months before they implemented a giant patch that fixed most of what was broken, but by then they had utterly obliterated their population base. So, I can confidently tell you the game was flawless 2 months before it came out, or 2 months before it went gold. Whatever that might be. What is happening here? People are hitting the wrong target. Stop hitting the wrong target. If those had been Ravagers, we'd have been dead. The healer's got no mana. Gotta try and stay alive. Oh, thank goodness it started running. If that had been 2 Ravagers, we'd have been wrecked. The interesting thing about the Warrior now, the Warrior was pretty fluid before this recent patch as far as tanking goes. But they've added, so Warriors as their secondary fuel source, they use what's called readiness. That's this white bar that you see filling up. Each segment here is 1,000 points for 3,000 total. A couple of our main abilities didn't have readiness values until this recent patch. Now apparently they had readiness values before, but they turned them off or removed them because I guess people were complaining about the whole tanking. With them putting the readiness on these skills with the newest patch and throwing in the banners, they've actually made it so that tanking is a bit more drawn out. It's not as fluid, and it's their way of, I don't want to say slowing down the game, but it's their way of having the group try and work better around the tank if the tank is going to consistently run out of readiness. However, I haven't seen any really strange situations where I've been struggling. There's only been a couple of times where I've lost aggro with no readiness and I wasn't able to get it back. Sorry guys, I'm talking to the group and the other group. Hey Tektron, what's happening? Have you tried out the other 10 classes? I have not. So, long-standing joke here on the channel. I will never touch a paladin or shadow knight with a 50-yard pole for whatever reason ever in the history of video games. Now, I know the Dire Lord is not a shadow knight, but the reason I say this is I come from EQ. I was a cleric who back in the day witnessed the Great Warrior Strike of 2003, where warriors stopped playing altogether because paladins and shadow knights couldn't shut up and stop whining about why they couldn't take 5,000 punches to the face and have 5,000 points of mana and be able to wear every piece of armor in existence and be able to have a little red button they could press and insta-kill everything. So there's been a running joke here for the past decade that hybrids are trash. So that's the only reason why I haven't tried a paladin or a dire lord. I considered trying a paladin for this season just as part of the joke, and I know you guys don't get it because you guys haven't been around here, but I have not tried paladin or dire lord. I'm sure they're perfectly fine. But everybody was crapping on the warrior when I first got into the game, so I had to prove them wrong. And I proved them wrong. People who think warrior... A lot of people, I said earlier, maybe not you, but a lot of people crapped all over the warrior. Warrior's phenomenal. I won't use anything else. Why is there only one door guard if they left the other hallway alone? Isn't there only two groups in here? Us and them? Yeah. Oh, they must have said the other side of the hall. That's what they said. I thought they said hallway in general. There's supposed to be two guards here, one on either side of the gate. Now, if you ask me if the Paladin and Dire Lord are good tanks, or if they're going to be good tanks, I would have to say yes, because I've met 4 or 5 people that are specifically playing Paladins and Dire Lords, and will be playing Paladins and Dire Lords through Early Access, and will be playing Paladins and Dire Lords at launch. So, as far as I can tell you, all the tanks are viable right now. If you want to know if they're good up until the end game, give me till I hit level 40 in Early Access if that happens, and I'll have a better opinion for you. Remember some tank issues back in the day with EQ? Yep. So back in the day, we used to have, I say used to, I still do, even all this time later, we used to have notebooks, right? In the front of the notebook, we would write down all the names of people we met in EverQuest that we would group with every day, 40 day, 25 hours a day, 8 days a week, whatever. In the back of the book, we wrote all the players we wouldn't touch with a 50-yard pole ever again because they were just horrible mentality, crappy players, wouldn't work with the group, just an all-around bad deal. I hate to say it, but all these years later, I've started to do it again. Which is crazy. It's absolutely crazy that I have to... Where'd that... Start a list of players I don't want to group with going forward. It's wild. Again, I can't believe I have to say it. But I do that. I'm that antsy. Well, when I get into a group, I'm not a perfectionist. I may blow a lot of smoke, but I'm not a perfectionist. I'm not an elitist. But however, it's not just my time in this game. It's the 5 other people that are in this group. So I want to make sure, and it's not my job to make sure everybody enjoys their time, but I don't mind taking the time to do that. So I try to make it as enjoyable an experience as possible. These people, I have no idea who they are. I know who Laura and Tinderheart are because I was grouped with them last night in a group for a few hours, and I think I was grouped with Tinderheart last week for a little bit. So they remembered me, they asked me or invited me into the group, here we are. So I try to make the best of every group experience. You're not going to see, you're going to hear me whine and complain, deal with it, I don't know what to tell you. I don't get mad, I don't get angry, I'm not going to rip my hair out. I'm not going to freak out and start smashing stuff. I am not somebody to watch if you want to be entertained with stupidity. That's not me. I will not give you an opinion unless there's some sort of fact behind it. I'm not one of those streamers that doesn't do their homework and then gives you a bunch of false information about a game. Oh, we have a trap NMS?
Alright, I'll take it. The beauty of having an enchanter and a rogue at the same time. Oh, that's something else I want to say too. For those who might have grown up in the EQ era, you know that rogues got crapped on, rogues got very little use, a whole lot of grief that was unnecessary. If you knew how to play a rogue in EQ, you would be fantastic. In this game, the rogue is phenomenal. If you were against a rogue in EQ, I highly suggest you change your opinion for Pantheon, because they are fantastic for DPS and for CC or for utility. Their trap system and caltrop system or whatnot, it's just fantastic. You pretty much want a rogue in every single group, and if you grew up with EQ, you know that nobody ever said that. Ever. Unless you needed a door picked for Chardock, for the Royals. Hey Trexid, I main Rogue and EQ currently on Quirm and in Pantheon. Agree, Rogue is solid in both games. You don't need CC to mob is dead. Yeah, right, exactly. Exactly. Like I'll tell you, man. Like for all the grief that Pantheon has gotten, and I'm sure you guys have seen it. Maybe some of you guys have actually voiced it, or typed it on a forum or a message board somewhere in the internet. Man, they what they're doing with the classes is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. You've been enjoying the Wizard? Right on. You know, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I've been on a number of different servers with Pantheon, you know, that are active right now. I have yet to see general chat erupt with any crap talking on any of the classes in this game. And that's the honest to God's truth. I've been here every evening for I don't know how long, and I have yet to see an evening where a group of individuals just completely crap on a class. It hasn't happened. The Warrior got a bit of dislike months ago just because, again, the Warrior was only kitted out to level 10. The Warrior was a work in progress. But I've never seen a group of players harp all over a single class. I will say something else. I'll give you guys a heads up if you guys don't know. If anybody's not familiar with this zone, you're going to notice at some point this evening, some of these mobs are going to have specific prefixes in their name. You'll see something like drowsy, you'll see clumsy, you'll see... what's the other one? I can't remember the other one. Anyhow, this is how cool this game is. So, and I say cool, it can be a headache, but I say cool for a reason. So you guys are getting the leg up, so to speak, if you don't already know. The clumsy prefix. So for example, if this Black Rose worker was a clumsy Black Rose worker, the clumsy prefix allows the mob to stumble into allies that are CC'd. So if you have a group of NPCs, if you're fighting 2 or 3 of these guys, one of them is clumsy, and your enchanter and rogue start CCing the other 2, the clumsy will stagger into them and break their mez, break the trap. They will do it on purpose. So clumsy should go first, and you should pull the clumsy away from the other mobs so that the clumsy can't trigger the mez break. It's one of the... when I first heard this, dude, This game, it's wild. It's absolutely wild what's in this game. It's wild. It is simply wild that something like that happens. I don't rightly know what the Drowsy does, though. Drowsy does something, and I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe it's some kind of mem wipe or switches targets, I'm not sure. And nothing in the game tells you this. You have to figure it out yourself by paying attention to the chat window. The clumsy mobs will actually trigger a phrase that says, "Hey, what are you doing? Stop sleeping on the job." And that means they're breaking another target's mez. So if you plan on playing an enchanter, pay attention to the word clumsy. Who knows what other cool little abilities they have in this game. They're all regular. We have armored. No armored. Nothing. Come on, target that guy. Nothing. Spiders are a nuisance. Blocking my line of sight. So this particular mob here has the armored trait, which means they're very resistant to physical damage. So I asked the CCers to take care of the other two mobs. We're going to burn this guy down, and then we're going to move over to these guys. These guys aren't going to be an issue, but this guy could be an issue. Oh, that's something else as well. If you're unfamiliar, when you're pulling creatures in this game, there's a reason the game keeps telling you multiple times to con everything you come across. You need to consider, which is target the mob and hit C, and then look at your chat window to indicate what to pull, but you also want to pay attention under their marquee to whatever these traits are. That's very important. How's this guy not dead? Alright. I'm giving away all the secrets. I shouldn't be telling you guys any of this so you guys can figure it out on your own. When you guys get in game and something trounces you and you're like, wait a minute, what happened? That's all part of the fun. I think I'm ruining your guys' fun. I'm gonna stop giving you guys secrets. Hey, Necro, what's happening? How you doing, man? Keeps the combat pretty dynamic and fresh? Yes, it does, Trexid. It most certainly does. It's one of the things I enjoy about this game. Oh, I've got like no buffs. Oh, it just dawned on me. All I have is Awakened Daring. Okay. I got spoiled with a shaman last night, so I thought we had a shaman. Ooh, clumsy and drowsy. This is not helping. We don't need to be sitting around doing nothing. Thank you. My banner just yelled at me. how does that happen? Banner of Onslaught says, "Are you trying to get us all killed?" My banner is sentient. What's up with that? That's news. when I get to typing, for anybody who's curious, or maybe when I get quiet, because I tend to talk a lot, I'm actually typing directions to the group that I'd like for them to follow. It's not even my group. I just like to run things. I feel like I do a pretty good job of running things as smoothly as possible. Both guards are up. I haven't seen a crew boss yet, though. That's interesting. I wonder what they're doing. Oh, speak of the devil. Crew boss. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No! Oh, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Don't aggro. Don't aggro. Oh no, somebody pulled them. Those rose guards shouldn't have aggroed. We were safe. Somebody wasn't paying attention to where they were. It's fine, but somebody wasn't paying attention to where they were standing. We had the one guard step out in detection when we were chasing the one guy, but the guy turned around and came back the other direction that we wanted, and so I moved over to finish him off, and I was watching that guard the whole time, and the guard stood still, so the guard didn't come near us. I turned left to go after the crew boss, because the crew boss would have aggroed somebody in the back of the group. We went to the crew boss, then all of a sudden out of the blue, the two rose guards aggroed, which means somebody backed up, and the one guy caught them, tagged his partner in, and they rushed the group. Alright, let's try and get there. Looks like it's already afternoon. What time of day is it? Oh, it's 8 p.m. That's not good. No, it's not 8 p.m. It's gonna be 8 a.m. That's good. I won't trip over any spiders on the way there. Now, we gotta be careful, because there's a really bad dude over around this corner called the Dark Agent, and for whatever reason, I've killed some stuff that he's not a fan of, or that he is a fan of, so now he's not a fan of me. And if I aggro him, he's going to cast 4 spells, and I'm going to die horribly. So we're going to try and make a wide berth. But we got to watch these 2 spiders down here by the wagon. Right there. This whole run is a nuisance because of these spindle legs. These spiders, their poison is a nuisance. So you guys have seen how quick it can go south. That happens. Although I will say, I haven't wiped in a good while. I think the last time I wiped in a group was at the fort. And that was understandable, because those casters were just mean. Now, some people would say, man, they put bindstones over by the dungeon. Why wouldn't you just bind over there? No. If I can't run across this field to get to the dungeon, I don't deserve to be playing this game. And it's too much of a nuisance to run back than it is to run forward. One thing I really like about this game, and I've said this to my stream before, I love the fact that I'm guessing they must have learned from EQ, and they put sound everywhere. There are no dead zones in this game for audio. You get creature sounds, you get music, you get both. You never get nothing. Very, very appreciative on my part. I love when there's that constant ambience that you can just jive to. Oh, there's a wild spell. We don't want to aggro him. That's the dungeon right there. Bindstones on that hill. A lot of people complain a lot about this game. Everybody knew what this game was supposed to be 6-7 years ago. And people still complained to Joppa and the forums about how there weren't bindstones everywhere. The whole point of this game is to suck it up and explore. Not be able to fast travel everywhere. It's going to get even worse once they give summoners and druids their ports and allow them to port around the map. Casually level 28 shaman coming in here. Running on through. And sorry all, I don't mean to turn you guys off by complaining about certain things like that, but it really bugs me. I like a challenge. I'm not one of those hardcore individuals. I outgrew the whole 24/7 pager system. I used to be part of that for a short time. I realized I didn't like that, so I stopped doing it. And for those who don't know, that's back when we used to raid. We used to have pagers. Pagers are what we had before cell phones. You give your pager number to an individual, some random individual on the internet, and anytime certain content was up that you had to take down first, your pager went off, and if you weren't doing anything life-saving or job determinant, you had to show up and do your thing. And it looked bad on you if you didn't. I outgrew that because I realized how asinine that was when you tried to have a social life. The bat phone? Yes, Trexid, the bat phone. But I have a real issue with people that are complaining about what this game is right now, because as far as, and I don't want to use the word difficulty. I've said this for years. I don't like using words like easy or hard, because I believe difficulty is relative. And that means that something that might be easy for me might be hard for you, and vice versa. With that said, the accessibility of this game, or the lack thereof, the forcing you to run across zones, run certain locations, get you familiar with the environment, learn points of interest instead of having a map, that's all, to me, that's fantastic, because not only is it great exercise for your mind, because it trains you, or you get practice when not working, to actually think, to use your head. If all you got to do is log in, jump in, send a tell to somebody and say, hey, can you port me over here, and then poof, you're gone. Like, there's no thinking. You're better off just going to the casino and pulling one of those one-armed bandits for 12 hours a day. You'll probably get more enjoyment out of it. You'll lose more money, but you get more enjoyment out of it. But the fact that people are complaining that there aren't buying stones everywhere, man, that drives me nuts. And again, sorry, but whining happens. Everybody whines. Everybody whines about something. Now, see, one of the cool things is, with that wipe that just happened, where it happened, normally you'd have people that would get their panties in a twist and then up and leave. Everybody here's come back. Everybody here's buffing. Everybody's cool. Dad is pretty much dead. Everything is hunky-dory. This is how you need to be for this game. If you can't suck it up that you died, whether it be foolishly, justifiably, or erroneously, you need to stop playing. Stop bothering other people. Stop ruining other people's experience. Like, for real. Okay, we're ready to clear back down. Let the corpse recovery begin. Now, for those who might be wondering, the reason why I pulled them back that far is because the Kabbalists are casters, so I'm line of sighting them to force them to come to me so that they come to the group. If not, they'll stand a distance away and just cast on you. However, I will say this, until they fix it, if you manage to get into Halnir's cave during early access or over the next 3 days, stay away from the walls. Do not post up on the walls. You will get stuck, you will not get out, and you will have to stuck in order to get back to the group, and that is a big pain in the butt. Giving us all this. Oh, I said I was going to shut up. Shoot. Okay, starting now. Starting now. No more. Starting now. No more. No more. I have more. No. Right. Good point. Thanks for reminding me, Trex. No, actually, I don't mind giving that one out because I know what's going to happen. If you guys don't know, then some of you will end up, say, getting in at early access or getting in at launch, and if the problem persists, you'll get stuck in the wall, and then you'll be like, what is this? This is a unfinished, broken game. I'm getting stuck in the wall and stuff. Well, you know, I'm saving you from going through that, so there you go. You're welcome. Like glitches don't happen in video games. I mean, realistically, you guys should be thanking me for giving you that tip right there, because you know that if you got in this game and you came to this dungeon and you were all excited to crawl it and you stood up against the wall and you got stuck, and the only way for you to get back into it would be to stuck yourself all the way back out and come back into the group, you'd be like, you know what? I'm good. I'm done. It was a fun game. So you're welcome. Anyone who's played any sort of MMO has had something like that happen. Right, exactly. And before anybody says, I don't believe you, show us that you get stuck in the wall. The answer is no. I will not be doing that. Unless it happens accidentally, and then I'll turn around and say I did it on purpose just to show you guys. Like even right here, I'm trying really hard not to get close to the wall. I don't want to get stuck. Okay, hang on. Can we hit him from here? Yeah, we can. Come here, Merlin. A few pros got stuck last time. Definitely good to pass that along. Don't get stuck climbing vertical. I just summoned Savannah out. Oh, fantastic. You think they would have made that a priority after that situation to fix it? Like, come on now. Oh, I almost went through the wall. Would have been bad. Gotta be very careful about the wall here. Again, you gotta be careful. Look, they're right up. I hope they don't get stuck. I hope they don't get stuck. Now, these spiders, we're killing them pretty quickly. They don't have many hip... Oh, wait. I shouldn't be talking to you. What? Hey, Octavian, what's happening? Why does the combat look like that? Why does it look like what? Like I'm swinging a sword? Bashing with a shield? You ever held a sword and a shield? How do you do combat? There's a kick, which is exactly what it should be. There's a weapon swing. There's a shield block. There's an interrupt with the shield, just like it should be. What do you mean? Why does the combat look like that? Please clarify. Should I be shooting lasers? No. Fireballs, right? Fireballs. Oh, you move now. You didn't move before. Or at least you didn't move over there before. That was almost disastrous. I hit the wrong key and burned my interrupt. Whoopsie doodles. Combat looks a little clunky. I'm not defensive. I'm asking, what do you mean? I don't think it's clunky. I think it's realistic. I mean, when I think about what I would want combat to look like, based on reality, this is what it would look like. Unless you're practicing martial arts, no combat. Have you watched, like, soldiers, knights, anything with a shield and a sword? It's not fluid, right? All of these are proper animations. The only other thing you could do here is if I swung, like, the axe, for example, from right to left. But I wouldn't necessarily do that because that means I turn the shield away from my target. And if you're turning the shield away from your target, you're doing it wrong. I want these guys to get some mana before we do the next pull, because it's going to be 2 Ravagers. Not at the same time. There'll be 1 Ravager and then another Ravager. She's awesome CSR and community. I don't know if she feeds that back to the devs. I don't know either, Trex. I don't have any interaction with anybody. I would just want them to do their thing as best they can and get this game out as quickly, well, maybe not as quickly as possible, but as flushed out as possible, I guess you could say. Oh, hello. Where'd you come from? You're not supposed to be there on the left. You little sneaky. Now, the one thing I kind of wish, and I know they can't do it because of the character models, with the banner, it'd be cool if we could put our hand out to the side as if we're planting a banner into the ground as opposed to summoning. Because the animation is that we throw our arm forward and summon the banner, and then the banner shows up off to our side. It'd be cool if we had like a grab animation where the banner formed in your hand and then you stuck it in the ground. That'd be cool. I don't think they can do that, but that'd be cool. You're far away, so we can body pull you. Come on. Come on, you little turd. One more step, one more step, one more step. You know what? We can't. We gotta go. Come here. You're close enough. Perfect. That was flawless. Are you kidding me? No ad from either direction. I'm happy with that one. That's a win. Now I burned my interrupts. I'm going to pay attention because he's going to ravage right now. Like, even if you see here, like with the Enchanter only has like the one melee animation move with the dagger, and that's the forward thrust. There's no slashing, because you wouldn't expect a mage to do that, right? You would expect a mage to poke if they had spells available to them. Like, it's not like they couldn't have animated the casters. They just didn't, because it doesn't give that mythos. Like, no matter what the caster does, it's always a forward thrust, see? But that's intentional. I might have pulled 2. Did I pull 2? Nope. Oh, there it is. I was looking for my banner. I couldn't see it. I didn't know the game put it right here off to the side. I was a little concerned when they gave us kick finally in the most recent patch, because I thought kick might have been used as like an interrupt. However, the fact that kick gives us a battle point, which is what we need to use like our banners and certain special abilities, is pretty handy now, because as I was saying earlier, where they put battle readiness on a couple of our techniques, it makes it a bit more, I don't want to say difficult, but it draws out the use of our skills a little bit, which I'm sure is intentional. It helps kind of slow down the combat pace, but the fact that we have a second ability to fill in to get the battle points back to use the banners instead, it more than makes up for the battle readiness that we now have to pay on a couple of our abilities. At least I think so. And again, like I said, there hasn't been anything vastly changed with the warrior after the most recent patch, other than the fact that I have a bunch of skills waiting for me on the trainer. I just need levels. That's probably got me the most excited, is the fact we no longer just have our first 10 level skills. We have a banner for hit rate, we have a banner for physical damage, we have a banner for threat, we have a banner for block and parry. What else do we have a banner for? I don't remember. And that's just the ones we have right now up to level 17. We don't even have the higher up banners. I'm not even sure what they do. We have a person with us right now that's following us because they lost their body a week ago. And apparently they were drunk and don't remember where they died. so they're tagging along with us as we crawl. Hopefully we find their body. Nice. Hey Kuros, I think they've done a pretty good job on the warrior. Some people were complaining it felt nerfed. I don't know what they mean by nerf, man. I mean, just give me one second. Okay, so this group of 6 just became a group of 9. we have 3 other people in here. I can't make this up. We have 3 other people in here looking to get their corpses. They are not grouped. They're 3 separate individuals, and they were all following us into the dungeon. But our healer died accidentally, so we had to stuck out in order to run back. So now they have to stuck out, and they're running back, and then we're all just going to go down there together. You more than likely will never see this happen again in this game, so you guys better enjoy this. This is a moment where nobody is a dick and everybody is cool. This won't happen often. This will not happen often. There have been some pretty cool people in here, but like I said, there have been some pretty not so cool people. People I won't group with. I mean, if they, yeah. Anyways. That's neither here nor there. We're not here to whine and complain about that. We're here to enjoy the game. This has been fantastic. This is like... Dude, this is a great experience. These all have to be EQ players. They all have to be EQ players. Maybe a couple of Final Fantasy XIV players sprinkled in here. Hey, Alex, what's happening? How you doing, man? What's going on? This is funny. Everybody wants their bodies back. We only have 3 days left. We only have 3 days left before all these characters disappear, and 9 of us are working towards getting our bodies back. And the game's not going to be. These characters won't be alive or active in 3 days, and we all want our bodies. Welcome to Pantheon. Welcome to EQ, back in the day, when you had to make friends with rogues, monks, and necromancers. And the fact that I still subliminally every now and then hit M, expecting a map to pop up. I never complain about not having one. I'm just saying, I still hit M every now and then. But I've gotten used to all the points of interest. Like the field of spheres. This is the rock on sign. Devil horns. I don't like where these bears are positioned, because there's a spider right over this hill. Okay, we're good. Here's an ogre. I'm guessing it's a warrior. Looks like a warrior. Dire Lord, maybe? Hey, El Gordo, what's happening? Oh no, man, that's fine. Don't worry about that, dude. We'll get there. It's all part of the experience. I wouldn't say no, but I wouldn't want you to go out of your way. You're not really playing until EA? I get that, man. Like I said, the game's only live for another 3 days. And then I have to find something else to do for 2 weeks. What am I gonna do? I have no idea. EQ, we're going back to EQ. No, I'm not, just kidding. Stalker 2, maybe. I have Stalker 2 downloaded. I haven't tried it yet. I love the first one. PoE 2 is in a week? I'd be afraid to start that one. I wouldn't get back to Pantheon. Nothing can keep me from Pantheon. You've waited a very long time. Oh, Kuros, you and me both, man. You and me both. You might catch up on Final Fantasy 14. Oh, the main story quest, dude. Final Fantasy 14 was great. I've done every well. I haven't played the Painter expansion, the Pictograph, Pictomancer, Picto, whatever it is, Bob Ross. I haven't done that expansion, but I've done everything else before that. Alright, this is round 2. There's Emery's corpse. You have Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Dawn Trail. Those ones I've all been through. I just haven't been through whatever the Pictomancer one is called. I really liked Final Fantasy 14. Or the story of the... I call them the companions, just like in Dragonlance. We did everything up till the end of the story. We did a bit of the bridging stuff, but then I think when they came out with, what was it, 6.2 or 6.3? Or no, 7.2, I think. I gave up. I was like, they haven't announced an expansion. They're just giving people this little bit of DLC. I'm not interested. Man, are all you people in Vanguard? I've been grouped with these two from Vanguard. I've seen 4 or 5 Vanguard zone in here tonight. I saw 3 Vanguard at the Bindstone this evening. You guys must be VIPers, are you? You guys must have been around for a long time. Keep seeing people. As someone who who likes to think he was a significant part of Vanguard, I find it funny that you guys have the guild Vanguard. And if in fact that's what it was named for, kudos. Final Fantasy 14's on Steam Deck? That's cool. That's very handy. I'm playing a warrior Octavian. We're playing a human warrior, level 17. Uh-oh, this isn't good. Never mind. They ran exactly where we needed them to run. Gonna med for a minute so the healer gets some mana back. They're putting FF14 on mobile now too. I just saw they announced it. Wow. Oh man. Square's getting after it. I enjoyed Final Fantasy 14. We played a paladin. Oh, I can't believe I'm gonna admit that. It's a good thing Stogram's not here. We played a paladin on Final Fantasy 14, but the only reason we played a paladin is because paladin was the only tank. So shush, those of you who know how much I dislike hybrids. You started with paladin also. There were like no options. It was paladin or bust. So I picked one of the big races and paladin. Who are you, Ravager? I don't like that. He's just standing there. Why is he just standing there? He normally doesn't just stand there. He said, I know. I said Pally. I know. I'll never say it again. In the next 5 seconds. I'll never say it again. Oh, look at all the debuffs this guy has. Dude, almost 3 rows. Where did I die? We died in with the Black Rose in the jail, the hallway by the stairs that leads up. So after you go past the safe room and you go out into the first part of the mines there, you round the corner and end up in the hallway with all the soldiers, and then there's the gate off to the left with the ghost behind it. If you stay in that hallway and run down to where the stairs are, that's where our group is. We all died pretty much right in front of the stairs. There's normally 2 Black Rose workers that spawn there. Sometimes someone did Aladdin and Lion King, but Sky Knight was really nice. You enjoy the play? Oh yes, for sure. We used to have what were they called? I think they were called the Video Game Orchestra. They came around. I remember they come around like I think twice a year, and they play all sorts of video game stuff, man. They throw in Zelda, they throw in Final Fantasy 14. You might not want to bring... did you take my corpse back to the... Oh, you died. Okay, I was going to say, don't take our corpses back to the entrance. That'd be... Oh, that's where that guy paths. I didn't know that. I was wondering why that guy was there last night. He's never there. I didn't know there was a ramp that went down there. That's a bad place to go, is underneath this bridge. A lot of red down there. And by a lot of red, I mean like everything. We died there. When did we die there? Was it the weekend? I think it was over last weekend. We had a high level tune help us out. Are you're dropping, are you leaving the, oh yeah, okay, you're piling them here, thank you. Dude, that's a big help, man. Saves us from any possible snafus that cause us to have to hit reset again. Give me 1 second here, and I'll accept that. Let me get this guy killed first. Oh no, I have to get back out to the group. Oh no, you brought everybody here. Ooh, that's iron-willed. That's a problem. We got to get to the. We've got other people on the other side of the room. Sorry, chat. I've been really quiet. I've been trying we've coordinated these reses, and then we have a couple people on the other side of this room. So I'm trying to get the group up as quick as possible to start clearing this room so the other people can get to us. Don't want to leave them hanging there before respawns. We only have a matter of minutes.
What was that dude's name? Did they log?
Oh, thank goodness. Successful recovery. Everybody got their bodies, everybody got their stuff. You love to see it. With 3 days left. That shows you anybody who has doubts about this game, this should show you the effect this game is already having on its player base. These characters won't exist in 3 days. Everybody is always wearing your wearable gear when you die, and we are all hard set on getting our corpses back with 72 hours left to play. If there was ever a valid selling point for this game, that would be it. I don't know what else to tell you. Or it could just be complete insanery, if that's even a word. I'm going to make it a word for my point. Clearly insanery. Insanity. Thanks for the help, El Gordo. You're turned sideways. Why are you turned sideways? You saw somebody go through. I'm here now. I don't want to see any more dying. What dying? We didn't see any dying. Everything is going according to plan. You running after more bodies? What are you doing? Praetoria's shield, what is that? I guess I'm about to find out. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. For the time I am playing, I will make good use of it. Oh, it's level 20? Oh, I have to get there first. I don't know if that's going to happen in the next 3 days, my friend. I will at least drool while staring at it. How about that? Who broke that mess? Do I have the tank right? I do. Tomorrow's gonna be rough because it's Thanksgiving in the States. I don't know if we'll have a group tomorrow. I may still try and throw something together, but I'm not counting on a lot of people being here. Or I'm counting on a lot of people not being here. And I know some are traveling right now. How to change your forklift again? It's a birthday. 4 more lanes. 50 trucks left. 2 3M tonight. Long day. I think I'd have preferred your situation over being stuck in traffic for 2.5 hours this evening. Normally takes me 20 minutes to get home. 2.5 hours in traffic because people can't drive. Excuse me. Try commuting. Oh, in California? No, thank you. Nope, I'll take my 2.5 hours of traffic. Sanguis, thank God for my commute. It's only 15 minutes, dude. I'm jealous. I'm jealous, I'm jealous, I'm jealous. Too many people want to play it safe, man. What is wrong with players today? What is wrong with you people today? They always want to play it safe. Blech. Boring. That's gonna take forever now because somebody aggroed him and then broke the aggro and this dude got shield wall up. I actually can't complain. I work from home, so 0 minutes commute. I wish dude, I have tried so hard. I've tried since COVID. Like I'm labeled critical service. I have to show up to work. I don't have a choice. If I don't show up to work, some pretty problematic stuff happens. So I had to actually drive to the office all through COVID, and that was wild. If you've ever seen the intro to The Walking Dead, and if you haven't, feel free to, on your spare time, YouTube it or whatnot. But when Rick wakes up and he walks out of the hospital and there's nothing anywheres, that's what it was like for the first 4 months of COVID. The world was scared crapless, nobody knew what was happening, and I would drive to work in the morning and there'd be nobody on the road but me. And I would sit at this major intersection before crossing over a bridge, and I would sit with my windows rolled down and I would listen to silence for the first time ever during rush hour. And there might have been 3 other cars on the road at the time, and this was from, when did they do all the lockdowns? It was like March, right? January and February it was announced, and then I think they locked everything down, started locking everything down in March. So the middle of March, April, May, into June, it was like just me. This is such a long ass pull. I do not like, man, oh man, I can't stand weak players. I thought they just said it was safe. What do you mean, one here? They just said nothing is up here. Those of you that have been here, you know that where I set up camp the last 3 nights has been fantastic. But we got people who have issue with something that's not the norm, so now we gotta play it safe. Because I'm concerned that we end up breaking up the group, and I don't want that to happen. So now I gotta pull a mile. I get it, it's not a mile, but it's still longer than I want. It doesn't need to be this long. We could post up by the stairs and just pull the whole night through. That's what I've done the last 3 nights. But we have people in the group that are new and they don't know how we had set it up past few nights. And people want to go with what the majority do, and as far as I can tell, the majority are weak. Except for most of the people that I've met and made in-game. How am I enjoying tanking? There's one class I haven't tried. I love it. Absolutely love it. I'll be tanking in early access. I'll be tanking at launch. I love tanking. I also like proving people wrong. I said this at the beginning of the stream, but in case you're unaware, up until a few months ago, a lot of players were complaining that between the Dire Lord, the Paladin, and the Warrior wasn't a tank. And when I first started playing a Warrior, nobody would group with the Warrior, nobody would recruit a Warrior, nobody would take on a Warrior as far as tanking goes. And I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Who the hell doesn't want a Warrior tanking in their group? But I realized that a bunch of players, unfortunately in this game, and I'm assuming they had VIP status because they had the game before I did, were a bunch of whiners who didn't understand the classes. Because even when the Warrior only had up to its level 10 skills, I took a Warrior from Season 2 to Season 5, level 18 I think is where we left him at, and I was tanking like a champ with just up to my level 10 skills. So it made me realize that no matter what MMO I go to, there are going to be people who think they know best and know absolutely nothing at all. But tanking is fantastic. Thank you for asking. Ooh. 2. 1 is iron. That goes first. It's about the who more than the class. Yes, that's and that goes back to the age-old time. I've told this story before as well. Whether you're playing EQ, whether you're playing EQ2, whether you're playing World of Warcraft, whether you're playing Final Fantasy 11, 14, DAOC, whatever, a lot of people will play a certain class and they believe they know the class and they will tell you their honest, genuine opinion of the class, and there's a good chance that their opinion and belief is wrong because the same class under your control could turn into a completely different beast. I've seen it throughout the decades. I've seen it in just about every game. People always have their idea, and their idea is right, and that goes with the majority, but the majority is wrong. And when that happens, I smile ear to ear because I love proving people wrong. It's a flaw. I admit it. I'm allowed to have one. Whining is not a flaw, by the way. Everybody does it. That's what we call the norm, not a flaw. And again, I'm not saying I'm anything special. I'm not, honestly. But everything people have told me about the warrior and tanking, they've been wrong. That's all I'm saying. They've been wrong. They asked for us to hold, so I'm holding. I was right about everything. Everyone else is too ignorant to acknowledge it's part of the magic. Right? If only life was that simple, Vec. And don't respond with "it is," but if only. One of our people said they should have a body out here. We think we have someone in the group that didn't loot their body. But there are no corpses out there. I should look you up on EA. It's the banter all night. By all means, look, man, stop by the stream anytime. I yap. I yap, and I yap. If I'm ever quiet, it's because I'm focused on something, but I yap. My longtime viewers will tell you, I yap. First was where we all died. Somebody dragged the corpses. In the safe spot, guess not. Hey, El Gordo, are you still here, by chance? Would you do me a favor? Are you able to take your shaman back towards the bridge and see if you see a corpse from Monterey? Blinded by the light. I don't know if Pantheon is right for me, but I did wishlist it for you. Thank you, Vec. I appreciate it. I understand if it's not your game. But wishlisting is fantastic because it helps get the game out there. It puts more eyes on the game, which is what the game needs. I mean, it's the brass tacks. We don't have anything else. Ashes of Creation is not the same game. So we have nothing else. We have Pantheon. If we don't get Pantheon, we will have nothing going forward. Until possibly the next EQ. Or EQ Reborn, whatever they want to call it. I think EQ the second go around is a perfect subtitle. For those who don't know, if you're a fan of EverQuest, some information has come out over the past few days about EverQuest 3, or what we're calling EverQuest 3. It looks like the next EverQuest is going to be quite possibly EverQuest 1, but redone for today, which sounds pretty awesome. If they pull it off, it is not a reskinning, or at least that's my understanding, but it looks like they are going to pull a huge amount from EverQuest 1 and build a game based off today. If it's true, I'm excited. If it's not true, it's a cruel joke. That's a long pull for 3. Oh, you know what? This hallway should be safe. We're gonna get these out of the way. And then we're gonna come all the way through here. And we're gonna pull this Yankee Doodle Dandy right here. Come say hello. Oh, this guy's iron. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Told you, like, man, we should have stayed in my usual. The enchanter's dead. I hope the rogue. Well, the monk is dead. This is bad. We had the worst possible luck here. I went to pull the one guard, and these guys respawned while I was gone. I had aggroed the guard already and was running back, and they typed in chat pop, and I was like, oh no. Oh, you still got aggro, El Noche. I sure hope they don't Disney-fy it like they do with a lot of games. Yes, me too, man. Me too. I agree with you. I hope they don't Disney-fy it. That's funny. Well, round 3. It's a good thing we're here for a good time, not a long time. It's a party. Dying with friends. There you go. There you go. I'll say it. If you've grouped with the same people more than once. My group went right, I'm going left. On the plus side, every time we've died, it's been daytime. Actually, what time of day is it? Noon. Okay, we still got time. I could have probably made it easier and come around the corner here, but the Dark Agent spawns right there, and that's the guy that would eat me for breakfast. And there are the invisible people. I assume they're like invisible goblins. The Burrow Brook Clawfoot. They don't have character models, I don't think. Unless they're just a village of dead things. Oops. By the way, guess your total playtime on Throne and Liberty? 632 hours. $358. I was close. I was closer than I wasn't. That boar just said cheers to me. The spider wants me for breakfast. I can't stand those things. Oh, there's another one right there. Time to take the high road. Time to take another one. Time to take the even higher road. See the one off to the left. The boar's alright because he's not aggro. We got 30 viewers chilling? Really? Dude. Well, hello, viewers. Oh, this person didn't make it very far. Wonder what killed them. probably got chased in here by the bear. Okay, stream. I might lose some of these in a second, but I've got to go AFK for probably 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. The cords got messed up. Hang on a second. There we go. Ba-da-bum-bum, ba-da-bum. Look at all the bodies. Thank you for doing this, El Gordo. Much appreciated. Oh, look, it's 2 El Noche corpses. How'd you die twice? Whoa, that was weird. Did you guys see that? I can see through the gate. You can... It's clipping. You can see there's one guard up on the left side of the gate there. You can see what looks like... I'm guessing those guys are on the floor below? They're lower than the gate. Yeah, they gotta be below. And we have X-ray vision, because I think I saw one of the crew bosses pathing. We have the Warden's Blade, which of course is off the name that spawns in this area. I've only seen him twice though. We've killed a lot of crew bosses. This damage used to be 20. It used to be worthwhile coming after this two-hander, but now if you ask my honest opinion, since they nerfed the weapon damage, I don't think it's worth it for 10 damage. You can craft Ashen Bronze and get 7 damage. By the time you get down here to get a Warden's Blade and get the Warden to spawn and get the Warden to drop the blade, you could probably get yourself an Ashen Bronze axe. Alright, DeSanguis, stop for thanks and bye. Thanks for stopping by. Well, sir. Have a good evening. Now, there's another group here, and it looks like they're down below. They're fighting the Ultherans. You can see them here in the combat window. Oh, Tall Fellow. We were grouped with Tall Fellow last week, I think. A couple of times. Ultherian Mana Weaver. So that's gotta be a caster. These are the ghosts. Those mobs are in their 20s. A little bit too rich for our blood.
Do 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 do. You're not gonna bother with your bodies? One, two, three, four, five, six. Nope, you got everybody. One, two, three, four, five, six. We're back at it again. I forgot to taunt. That stun doesn't help.
Uh-oh. Caster's got a med. What's on me for 3 minutes? Recently inspired? Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. He's too close. He's gonna be light blue. Can we get you to walk away? Yeah. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. A little further. A little further. That should be good enough. Uh-oh. What we got there? Drowsy and irregular?
Whoops, whoops. I don't want to pull those. Oh, these are lower level, but I guess we can pull these. Nothing is spawned in here. I'm pretty good. Did I only get one? Or two, I mean? I only got two. I didn't get the third guy. Fantastic. Oh, but we gotta go. Oh, no. He's gonna fight the ghost. Let him fight the ghost. I didn't mean for both of them. Mez one and see what happens. My banner just yelled at me again. I don't know whether to laugh or think that's weird. I didn't see that guy. The group is talking about not being able to play after Sunday. We don't know what we're gonna do. I made a joke and said I'm probably gonna go through some horrible withdrawal.
I won't bring my EQ history into the group. That'll be a big waste of time. That was rude. Thank you. Squeezed in there before it closed. That stun, man. The fact that stun lasts like 10 seconds or 8 seconds. I mean, it's probably more like 6 seconds, but that's a long time. Now, we didn't pull this guy, right? Not pathing back. Is there anybody checking out the stream right now that has played World of Warcraft for a lengthy amount of time and are playing Pantheon currently or have been following Pantheon? And what is your opinion of Pantheon versus World of Warcraft? Now keep in mind, they're obviously not completely comparable. But the MMO experience, I feel, is universal. Like, do you feel like a group of World of Warcraft players could put a group together and get along quite well in this game? Do you think they'd have issues? I mean, mechanics and flow are obviously vastly different.
wish that clipping would stop. I'm getting paranoid I'm gonna fall through the floor. Pantheon better than WoW, focus on grouping. A long time AQ player and they ruined it with the mercenary. Yeah. Mercenaries ruin it for a lot of people. Did I only get one? Yeah, the whole group thing is kind of what I was leaning towards. That ghost should spawn again in another minute or two.
There you are. Oh, yo. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. He's gonna wake up his buddy. Can we get him far enough back? There we go. Ba-bum, ba-bum-bum-bum. I told the group to get a bit of mana back before I pull. I can't wait to finally get into plate armor. Whoopsie doodles. Man, I almost felt offended. I just got a compliment a few minutes ago in group for my tanking, and I was told that according to their experience, I've been a much better tank than a Pally or a Dire Lord. And they said they said you've got amazing taunts. I usually die, blah blah blah, whatever, with dealing with certain situations. I'm like, what do you mean taunts? It's not the taunts that's making this warrior, it's me. How dare you? How dare you think that the one taunt that I have is the one ability that's holding this whole show together? How rude. I swear. If I wasn't as nice a person, I'd take offense. I don't know where I take it, but I take it. We all know it's really luck, and yeah, it's just luck. It's just luck, man. Some days you log in and everything goes great, and sometimes you log in and everything goes south. You know? It's the roll of the D20. It's the initiative roll. By the way, I've been updating you guys over the past few days about the strike situation up here with our postal service. You know how much work I did today? I think I told you guys over the last 3 days I did about 3.5 minutes worth of work in 24 hours worth of shifts. Today I did absolutely zero. I sat in front of my computer and practiced how to use Excel. That's what I did. For no benefit of anybody but myself. And it sucked. I can't stand going to work and doing nothing. Can't stand it. I do tank better than I type. Well, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. Don't know where I'm going to put it, but I'll take it. My banner is really mad. It just yelled at me twice. The Black Rose Tailor's on strike as well. None of them have a shirt. I mean, you know, it's hard work down here. Mining. Bum bum ba bum bum. That's feigned death. That's cool. First time I've seen it. Your parliament is pressuring Trudeau to put together a plan to reciprocate him. Yeah, dude, I don't know. The world's in a rough spot right now. I mean, there's probably 100 times we've said it over the last 20 years, but I feel like for some reason it's going to be particularly hard for people. Here anyways. The tariff thing, I don't think it's going to be as big an issue as they make it out to be, because I think people up here know how to, I won't say live frugal, but people know how to watch what they're doing, you know? So I think it's just going to be more complaining on the news than anything, as always. My concern is with our postal service. Here in Canada, our postal service is known as Canada Post. Canada Post is on strike currently. The problem is, about a decade ago or so, they went on strike back then because, and truth be told, they were in an unfair situation. They weren't being compensated, they were overworked, blah, 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 etc. So, between the government and the postal service, they were off about this far. They managed to come just a little bit closer and gave the postal service the bare minimum to keep them going. However, now, because of inflation and everything having skyrocketed, they're no longer this far apart. They're this far apart. Like, they're a ridiculous distance apart. And they've had special mediation for the past 4 days. They paused the mediation, which means it was going nowheres. And the mediator officially said they are nowheres near each other. So it's a big problem. And it's a big problem for me. Because I keep the banks open. And I don't have work to do because work's not being transported around the country to the offices that it needs to go to. And that's a problem because it'll cause problems for people or customers of pretty much all the banks in the country. Which is a nuisance. It's a big old nuisance. And that's why I mentioned earlier, when we were talking about the COVID situation, that's why I'm classified as critical service. Because I keep the banks open. Imagine. Not that I'm a first responder, not that I'm a firefighter, not that I'm a police officer, not even that I'm military. Because I keep the banks open. I'd rather be a streamer. Another friend? Look, see? Look. I don't even have to try. You got a friend in me. Krushnek's the one to see. The postal service is run by a corporation and not part. It's part of the government doesn't want to. The government won't intercede. The government's option is to force them to go back to work, and they're not interested in doing that right now. So, that's unfortunate. Okay, with that said, my friends, that is going to be the end of the stream for this evening. It is 1 a.m. my time, and sadly I must go to bed because I have work tomorrow morning. Anyhow, to those of you that are still here, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. To those that are here from the raid earlier, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. It's a pretty chill setting. It's just me, relaxing, doing whatever I feel like doing. Right now, we're currently hooked on Pantheon. We're sad that it's, goes into its pre-EA shutdown in 3 days, but we'll be back at it 2 weeks after. I don't know what we're going to do in between. I dabble in a few other things as well, but it's a very chill stream. Anyhow, you guys have yourselves a good night or a good day wherever you are, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.